All right, we would like to welcome everyone to the 2020 Mays County Fair Beef Show. We are going to begin with our performance steer show. We are going to bring in the top 8 placing average daily gain first, since we have 16 head total. We're going to split it right down the middle, bring in the top 8. But please have all performance steers in the holding area. All performance steers in the holding area.
Well, good evening, and what a nice night for a show, and what an excellent facility to do it in. Nice crowd, a good way to get out here and get started with a performance carcass cattle, kind of a three-way deal with judge them on foot, and then they're going to hang these cattle and do a combination of things with these, which I think is awesome. And I like this kind of an event. It gives a kid an opportunity to be able to come out here and not have to have a cooler, not have to have all the setup and the bells and whistles, and still be out here and have one that can be competitive, and that's what we got right here. This calf that's going to lead us off, a really good and solid calf here. I think when you just come out here and get one that's kind of middle of the road sized, got a good look and a good shape to him. He really handles well. Now, the proof's going to be in the pudding when they get these here hang up, but I just feel like this here's a calf that just puts too many things together. He fits together so well. Get him out here, and he's kind of got a nice look to him as well. Balance, has got a nice set of feet and legs, a good shape, handles extremely well, and I like that calf a great deal to come out here and lead this particular class off, and I could see that calf there hanging a whopper. Big old stout calf here comes in second. His weight kind of gets to me just a little bit. He weighed in here at 1690, and that's going to be pushing the upper limits of this deal. These cattle are hanging nationwide kind of over that 900, 925, 30-pound range right now, and he's going to definitely get over that. But you get up on top of him, and he's got a great big back. He's big and wide and stout as you get in behind him, has a good handle to him. His yield grade might get him in just a little bit of trouble, but his quality grade's going to be extremely well, and he's going to hang a real muscular, real shapely type carcass. Really nice calf here that comes out here in three, this gray steer, and he could be the one that fools me here. I like this calf here. I like his body shape. I like his build. I like the shape, the expression he's got up top. Got a good shape in through the center part of his hip. Wants to get just a little opened up in his shoulder there, a little straighter as we study him up front. But a nice calf that could sure hang an awfully nice carcass because of that extra muscle mass and shape, that expression that he does have. Calf that's similar to him is the one that comes out here in four, kind of a limousine appearing, kind of a black steer here that's got good muscle shape. He's got a good expression to him. He's really wide open as you get right in behind this guy. As you handle him here for me, I'd like to have just a little more finish on him, not quite as big a back and quite as stout as a couple or three of them that went out ahead of him. Really nice, really solid, really practical kind of a black steer that comes out next. He's one that can hang a good carcass as well. He handles well. He's got a big top in him. He's good through his center body. He get off on the profile of this one here, and he wedges just a little wrong for me. Gets a little plainer, a little deeper up front. Gets a little flatter in his rib cage, and just like to open him up just a little bit as you get behind him. Big red baldy calf's had a good home. Finish as good as any of them out here. Handles big. You get up on top of him, he just gets a little frailer made. You get up in behind him, and he just closes up too tight there. And his pin set gets way too narrow as you get in there and get through the center part of the quarter of this guy. And then a big gray steer that comes out next. I like him. He's had a good home. You've done a nice job feeding him. He handles really well. His quality grade will be excellent. His yield grade won't be as good. He's one that gets just a little too plain, a little too wasty through the center of him, and not just enough hard muscle in that guy to probably make a very good yield grade. And then we got a steer here at the end here, just not finished quite as well as some of them others. He gets just a little staggier as you study him up in his head and his neck, just a little plainer there in his shoulder. But he's got a good look from the side when he gets him plopped up, got a nice set of feet and legs. He's got some power and some things about him that you like. Just like to see him a little further along. That was a nice class of cattle there, a good way to get us started. If you would, let's give them young people there a nice hand, a good class.
We are now bringing in our second group of performance steers. Please, all performance steers, stay in the holding area. You will be coming back in the ring before this part of the show is over. Please stay in the holding area.
Well, before we talk these cattle here, I should have done it there before that first class. Just give you a quick bio on myself. My name is Shannon Scott, and I'm from Nevada, Missouri, and my family grew up in the livestock business. We ran the sale barn there in Nevada for 33 years. Then I went to, I graduated from Missouri State and taught a year there. I went to school at K-State and Fort Scott and was on their judging teams, and then I helped coach a judging team there at Missouri State, and then went back to Fort Scott and done that for a year, and then went back into the sale barn business. My wife is Krista. She's an English teacher there, 7th and 8th grade there in Nevada in our hometown. She's sitting up there, and I'm glad she's here. And then my two sons, Spencer was here yesterday and done your sheep and goats. He's the coach there at Redlands. And my youngest son, Skyler, goes to school at K-State, and he's following up through there, judging, just like his brother did, and kind of following up through there with him. So I was here last year, or the last 2 years, and done your sheep and goats, and really was glad to get asked to come and do your cattle show. You guys got such a neat facility and such a neat group of people that's involved with it. It's always neat when you get a call to come back to here. So that's a little bit about myself, and now back to the cattle show here, and we got a good calf to lead off. This one here, change him just a little bit up there in his front feet. He wants to turn him out just a little bit. Past that old yellow baldy right there, I like that calf a great deal. You get off on the side of him, he's got a really good look about him. Really good looking. You study him up front, and he's good in his neck, he's good in his shoulder, rib cage is good. Get up on top of him, he's got a nice shape. Get in behind him, he's opened up, got a nice shape there, opened up in his pin set, got a nice shape through the center part of the hip on that guy. Get him out in motion, and even though he's turned out just a little up in his front feet, we could change that just a little. He still works out of a good hip and a good hind leg. He puts just a lot of good things together. I like that one to win in here. The black steer that comes out is a tremendously powerful calf, and when he hit that door, and I just seen the front end of that calf, and you see his front leg or his forearm, his blade, that big lot of the power coming at you there. I like that calf. He's big. He's got a good shape to the center of him. Get up on top of him. He's got a good shape. Get in from behind him. He's extremely wide. This calf here structurally for me bothers me just a little bit, and that's where he runs into trouble against the calf that goes out ahead of him. If you just watch him and you put him in motion, sis, and he goes out of the arena, he's just one that needs to work out of his hip better. He gets too wide and too spraddled as he goes off his rear too. Change that about him, and then he'd give that yellow baldy a little more of a run. I thought these two cattle here both need to be changed structurally, the black one and the Hereford, because I thought they was really close just in terms of the quality they have, in terms of the muscle and the shape. I just thought that black one coming in a little more of a balanced type package, but that Hereford right there is big backed. He handles good. He's extremely long bodied. When that one's hung up, I'll be really curious to see where that one ends up. That's a good kind of a calf that's got a lot of muscle shape. He just don't come with that same kind of good balance, that same kind of heavy duty build and feature as the two that go out ahead of him. Really practical and really solid calf here that comes out next, and you've done a really good job getting him presented there, sis. Done a nice job showing him, and I like that calf. You walk him into a stance there. He looks nice. This is a heavy duty, powerful calf as you study him from the ground and you work your way up. Study him from the side, and he's really balanced. Get up on top of him. He's just not a square. Coming out of the top of his shoulder, just doesn't work back and have just quite as much width and shape. And then when you get right in behind him, we'd like to open him up and just give him just a little more hard power as we study him right through his hip. Good calf, though, and you've done a nice job showing him. A lot can be said for the young lady that comes out next. Beautiful job of getting this one here shown. You got a nice hair coat on him. Where this one's black, he's black, and where he's white, he's white. You've done a nice job. He as well. He's one that's got a great set of feet and legs. He's big-footed. He's got a lot of feature to him. He's a calf that's extremely long-bodied. He's one that wants to run downhill. Just get a little more shoulder on him, get a little drier in his flank, and then when you get right up on top of him, you'd like to just hope he was a little bigger and a little square as we'd study him right up top. Charolais that comes out next, really good handling kind of calf. You've done a really nice job feeding this one here, and he does handle the best. He comes in a big rib, soft package. It's got a super body on him. Get him out and get him on the move. He's got a great set of feet and legs. He just comes in a little kind of a plainer package. You just study him up front. He gets a little shorter necked. He gets a little deeper chested, a little plainer as we study him up there. But a calf that does have some quality to him. Just don't know exactly about the yield grade. That one will end up when we get done. big, long red steer here that comes out next. You got to really appreciate a lot of things about him. He's really trim. He's really clean in his condition. He's extraordinarily long-bodied. He's one that just when you get up in behind this one here, he just needs to be opened up with more muscle. You get up and handle him, and you just hope that there'd be a little more finish on him at that particular weight and size. One of the better cattle we've got in this particular class is the one we're going to round out with here. He's a lighter calf, and it's not hard to see from the outside. This calf's got some build. He's got some quality to him. He's just one that needs to be a little further along. He's a steer that's weighing 1,000 pounds or right in that area, she said. Just gets a little too dry ribbed, just gets a little too cylinder built there for me, and just not soft enough in his overall makeup to get up there and be competitive against some of them bigger, heavier weight cattle that go out ahead of him. But a nice set. Hey, let's give them guys right there a nice round of applause. That's a good set of cattle. Two really nice class winners, and we just talked about this black steer here and just how practical and good he was just in terms of his build and his shape, the muscle mass. That guy's got a big back. I'm really curious when they get this one hung up just how he's going to do. He's kind of an intriguing calf to me. There's just so many practical and good things about that calf that I like. He's one that feeding cattle is how we grew up making a living and trading them and what have you through them sales. And anytime you find cattle that's got that kind of build, that kind of body shape, and that kind of back on them, and they're that practical and got that kind of a handle, them kind of cattle usually hang and do well, and they eat and they're really low maintenance and high performing kind of cattle, and I like that kind. One that comes kind of same kind of cattle, just comes in a little better looking package, is this yellow baldy out here. We just got done talking him in that last particular class. He's probably not as good just in terms of his structural build as that black one that comes out, but in terms of a profile standpoint, this is a really good looking show calf. Gets out here and looks the part. He's tall fronted, he's long necked, got a good shape to him, good fresh handle on this guy, good hair coat to him. There's a lot of things to like. He's a lot like the one we just talked about. He's kind of a low maintenance, high performing kind of steer that puts a lot of good things together. I think either one of these two would make a good champion. I tell you, man, I'm going to be really curious to see how these two hang, and hopefully they don't make me look bad, but if they do, I'll be surprised, because these are two good cattle that put together a lot of good things in a good package. I think they're two nice cattle. One of them comes with just a little more look, a little more balance, a little fresher handle to him, if you will, for me. If you guys would join with me and put your hands together, because this yellow baldy, he's going to be our champion. Congratulations. Bring that second calf back in, and he's the one we talked about that's got that power as you study him up in his front forearm, his blade. Just get up in the top of this one here, and he reads with a ton of muscle. Get in behind him. He's extraordinarily wide. He structurally, for me, struggles a little too much as we watch him work out of his hip and off of his hind leg. There's another calf out here, though, that I think just puts so many good things together. I'm going to be really curious about this one here. If you guys would, let's give this young fella right here that was once our first class a nice round of applause. He'll be our reserve champion. Well, as we bring that big fella back in out of that first class that we had, without a doubt, a high-performing, big old stout, kind of a rugged steer. There's a lot of things to like about him. He's going to hang up a whopper of a carcass. That's a really nice calf. This will be the last one of these that I talk before I just go to picking our champions. I don't think I need to talk each one of these over again, but I think there's one out here that's just a little more moderate in his build, a little better just in terms of his kind, in terms of moderation, his size, his carcass weight, the shape, and the quality grade that this guy's going to have, along with cutability and a yield grade. The black steer here, he's going to be our third overall. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to all of our performance steer exhibitors. First place goes to Dade Delozier. Second place to John Riley Ramsey. Third place to Krista Canada. Fourth place to Krista Canada. Fifth place to Zoe Potts. Sixth place to Curtis Canada. Seventh place to Morgan Ross. Eighth place to Alexis Marie Willis. Ninth place to Braden Boston. 10th place to John Riley Ramsey. 11th place to Braden Boston. 12th place to Morgan Ross. 13th place to Cooper Willis. 14th place to Cooper Willis. 15th place to Cassidy Lamson. And 16th place to Addie Ramsey. We're going to take a short break, like 2 or 3 minutes, and then we're going to start our regular steer show, beginning with our mini Hereford class. So we need all steers, all Angus steers to be making their way to the holding area.
Well, we just have one mini Hereford, and just like I was telling her, we got us a nice one. This is a really good calf. She's done a nice job with him. This is a really high-quality one here. A lot of balance and look to this one here. I just like the way everything fits in this guy. Get up on top of him. He's big-backed. He's good body shape. You handle him, and he's just got a nice, fresh hair coat and handle to him. We could modify him just a little bit out of his front shoulder and fix him there in his front feet where he wants to turn them out there just a little bit. But she's done a really nice job with that calf, and that's a high-quality one, and she's put a lot of time in getting that kind of a hair coat and quality look to him. Let's give her a nice round of applause. That's a really nice one here in our mini Hereford division.
First place and breed champion mini Hereford goes to Claire Cunningham from Locust Grove. We need all Angus steers in the holding area, all Angus steers in the holding area. We are now ready for Class 1 Angus steers, 1 entry.
We just have a single entry here as well to start our Angus show, and good calf here, and we talked about him in here whenever he was in here a minute ago. This calf's got a tremendous amount of shape, mass to him. Breed character would be a little bit of oaky breed character for an Angus because this one here has a tremendous amount of mass and shape to him. He's got them features that are big and big feet, and I like that about him. He needs to be a little softer in his middle there to change him just a little bit, but that's an awfully nice calf. Congratulations to this young fella for winning our first Angus class. Let's give him a nice hand.
Class 1 Angus, first place goes to John Riley Ramsey from Adair. We are now showing Class 2 Angus. All Charolais steers be making their way to the holding area. All Charolais steers be making your way to the holding area.
Hey. Well, in our second class here, we kind of heated up here just a little bit, just in terms of one that's got a tremendous amount of quality and build to this guy. Really a good-looking calf that's got a fresh hair coat and a big back and a big body. Get in behind him. This calf's really opened up wide. Handles extremely well. That's a nice show calf right there. We could modify him just a little bit and work him just to make him see a little freer out of his hip and change him where he works just a little more flexible off of that rear leg. But that's being pretty critical of an awfully nice calf. That's a good one there. Let's give her a nice hand.
Class 2 Angus, first place goes to J.C. Vickery. We are now showing Class 3 Angus, one entry.
Well, a really good and practical kind of steer here, and as we talked about him, one that just a really low maintenance, high performing kind of steer that's got a lot of good in him. One that you can take a lot of. This one here. He's got a good shape to him, good body shape, plenty of mass to him here. He might not be just quite as showy or quite as flashy as the one that just went out ahead of him, but a good practical kind of calf. Congratulations.
Class 3, first place goes to John Riley Ramsey from Adair. We are now showing for breed champion Angus. All Charlet steers to the holding area. All Charlet steers to the holding area.
Well, in our Angus division here, we got 3 really nice cattle here. With our lightweight there, we like the build and the shape of that guy there. Really powerful, really expressive, just not quite far enough along to get out here and compete against these other 2 cattle. But that one does have some future in him as that one goes down the road and you feed that one hard, and just hope that he'll drop down there and get a little softer in his center body. And then we come to this middleweight here. That's a really good show calf there. Just puts together a lot of good things. Really soft-bodied. Really good look from the side, balances up, the pieces fit really good. That's an awfully nice calf. And then we come down here to a really practical, really good built calf. Just puts together a lot of pieces that are positive here. He's big backed, he's big, get in behind him, he's got a good handle to him. He don't come with that same kind of bells and whistles as that one in that middle does. But a really good and solid calf. As we come out here to pick our champion, there's one out here that needs to win. He's a really nice calf. Puts together so many good things in one package. The one that comes out of our middleweight, he'll be our champion. The one that comes out of heavy will be our reserve. Let's give all 3 of these young people a nice hand.
Breed champion Angus goes to J.C. Vickery from Adair. Reserve breed goes to John Riley Ramsey from Adair. We are now showing Class 1 Charlet, 2 entries. All Charlet steers to the holding area, and please stay in the holding area after your class is done for preliminary sale lineup.
Well, a nice pair of Charolais cattle, and like we had in our Angus division, one that just needs to sort up. It's a good-looking show calf that we've got out here that really balances up good. I like the way this one fits together. His shoulder's good. His length of neck's good. Get up on top of him. He's big back. Get in from behind him. He's got plenty enough power going and coming away from you there. The one thing I'd like to change on this calf is you get up on his front feet there. I like to change the shape of them. He's got them crab claw front feet there. If we could flatten them out just a little bit and straighten them up just a little, then we'd have us a real show calf. But that's a really nice one here. That needs to come out here and win this particular class. Big frame, long-bodied calf that's got a lot of performance and doability in him, especially if you take this guy on. There's a lot of good days ahead of this one here because there is some future or some real good left in this calf as far as putting him back on feed and letting him go. Just get him out here and compare him against that calf that's ahead of him, just not enough body and mass and shape and not quite ready, market ready enough to compete against him. That's a nice pair of cattle, nice one to win. Let's give these two young people a nice hand.
Class 1 Charolais, first place goes to Abigail Vargas from Pryor. Second place goes to Braden Boston from Adair. We are now showing Class 2 Charolais, 2 entries.
Well, for me, we're we're going to start off with this young lady here in the blue. And for me, probably the toughest decision for me that I've had tonight, and trying to figure out which one of these two kind of weighs out the most positives. Now, this calf that's going to lead off here, he has just such a distinct advantage in terms of quality and heavy-duty build and just overall feature and look. You study him up front, he just reads with a lot of quality. He's big-backed, heavy bone. Get in behind him, and he's wide open built. Structurally, this guy causes me a little bit of an issue on what I'm going to do with these two. He's one that just needs to be modified different out of his front shoulder. He needs to be better in his knee and push back in it and squared up. Change him there, and then it's a different story. He's a real easy winner, but a calf there that just needs to be a little different in terms of his structure. But I just feel like the mass, the quality, and just that heavy dutiness of build gets him up there to lead off. Good practical calf that comes out here in second. And, I like this kind. I know one thing, at least when we get to the show, we've got something. Calf that just gets out here and he's got some body to him. He's got a good set of feet and legs. He's adequate in terms of his muscle. He's a little wastier in terms of his lower body, and his quality grade is going to be good. But his yield grade's probably going to be suffer just a little bit. But just a good, solid kind of a calf. I thought there was some give and take in there. He just needs to be a little more massive, have a little more muscle. We get in behind him and be just a little better, just in terms of his overall balance and look. But good pair of cattle. Let's give both them kids a nice hand.
Class 2 Charlet, first place goes to Sally Walker from Adair. Second place goes to Cooper Wallace from Locust Grove. We are now showing Class 3 Charlet, 1 entry. We need all Charlet steers in the holding area for preliminary sale lineup. And all key steers be making your way to the holding area.
Well, a good calf, and we talked about him earlier, the positives he brings in here. This is just a big, stout calf that's done really well for you. You've made a good home for this calf. You've fed him well. The calf's really grown and done well for you because he has got a ton of power in him. He's big-backed. He's big-bodied, really big. Get in from behind him. Just a little plainer kind of a build, but a good kind of a calf. Done a nice job with him. Congratulations.
Class 3 Charlet, first place goes to Krista Canada from Adair. We are now ready to show for breed champion Charlet. We need all key steers to the holding area. All key steers to the holding area.
Well, a really nice Charolais showing. We've got them a little bit out of order. The one that's going to be up there, it's a little cantankerous. She's just trying to get woed in. He's the one that come out of our middle division there. We started out with this Charolais calf here, and he's a lot like the one we had in that last class. He's or in that last division, the Angus division. Just a really good show calf. Gets out here and looks the part, fits together good, got a nice look, got enough mass and shape to him. You do a nice job of getting him presented. That's a nice calf. Next one that comes out is a big old heavy-duty, big featured calf that's got a ton of mass and shape in him. He's big up high, he's bold. Going to hang a whopping carcass there. Structurally, we'd like to change him just a niche, as we talked about earlier up front. Maybe drop him in his flank, make him just a little softer there as well if we want to be just a little critical of that guy. And then we come into the big fella, good calf. He's a good, solid kind of a calf that puts together some good things. He comes in a little plainer package, but what he does have is he's good in terms of just the boldness he's got to his rib cage. He's big, and you get up in behind him, big, and you get up on the top of him, and he handles pretty good for a calf that's that weight, just not holds himself together pretty good. And I think that calf's a real carcass-oriented type calf. I think when you come out here, there's just one again that's got to win. This is a really high-quality show calf that puts together so many good things in one package. Young lady, you're lightweight. He'll be the champion. Congratulations. Bring that white calf back in out of that first class, and we talked about the length of body, the length of front of that guy there. But as we talked about also in that particular class, just one that needs to be a little further along in terms of his market readiness. Just needs to have a little more mass and shape in him to compete with a couple of these others out here. The next West one for me is a really good and solid calf. Comes in a little plainer package, but I think he has such an advantage just in terms of his feet and legs and his structure and the way he puts together and moves out of his hip and his hind leg. Young lady, that yellow baldy right there out of that heavyweight division, he'll be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Breed Champion Charlotte goes to Abigail Vargas. Reserve Breed Champion Charlotte goes to Krista Canada. We are now ready to start showing our key steers, Class 1, 2 entries. We need all key steers to the holding area, and once your class is over, please stay in the holding area for preliminary sale lineup.
Well, a nice pair here in our key division here, and we're going to start off with this black one here to my right. Good-looking calf, one that's really presented well. She gets out here and does a nice job of showing him. You just start at the front of this guy here, and he's really long neck. Good in his shoulder. He's really good in his top line, square out of his hip. And that's where he has his biggest advantage. This calf here runs more uphill. He's better in terms of his top line. I like the way he comes out of there, and he's just better in terms of his hind leg. Got a little better look from the side. He's one that we could make just a little softer there in his center body if we'd want to change him just a little bit there, but a nice calf here to lead off. Really good and practical calf here that comes out in second. I like the shape of the muscle shape and the expression of this calf. He's good as you come through the center body of him. He's got a good shape as you get right in behind him, just in terms of the turn to his hip. He's one we'd modify him just a little bit as we get up front. He wants to get just a little wide right there in his front legs, wants to get a little straighter up out of his shoulder, and therefore he wants to get just a little rounder out of his hip as well. So a good calf there that puts together some good pieces, just doesn't come in quite a good a looking package as the one that goes out ahead of you. Nice pair. Congratulations.
Class 1 key, first place goes to Mercedes Ramsey. Second place goes to Zoe Potts. We are now showing Class 2 key, 1 entry. We need all key steers in the holding area for preliminary sale lineup.
Well, a good-looking red baldy calf here that comes out in our second class, and this young lady's showing him. I talked to her a little bit earlier out here in the middle of the ring. I told her you just do a really good job. I can tell you work with your calf a lot at home, get him out here, and he's been a little stubborn for you, but I tell you what, you do a nice job of sticking with him and doing a good job of showing him here. This is a good-looking calf. Profile's nice. He's long-bodied. Get up on top of him. He handles good and fresh to the touch. I like that about him. He gets a little flatter in terms of his build and muscle shape. Maybe like to open him up just a notch as we get right in behind him, but a nice solid calf there. Congratulations.
Class 2, first place goes to Morgan Ross from Locust Grove. We are now showing for breed champion Key. We need all Hereford steers to the holding area. All Hereford steers to the holding area.
Well, a nice pair of key calves here, and for me, a fairly easy decision when we come out here. I think there's just one that's got a little more of a show calf build and look to him, just a little nicer as we study him up front. Just holds himself together a little bit better, better in terms of the roundness of his rib cage and a little more mass and shape as you get in behind him. If you would, join with me in giving that young lady with that black steer a nice hand. She'll be our champion Key. I think for reserve, it gets very close between these two as we bring that gray steer back in. I like the build and the balance of him. He's a little better in the red baldy steer in terms of just the roundness to his rib cage. He's a little better in terms of the shape as you get right in behind him. The red baldy's got a little better look for me from the side. I like the way he runs uphill there at the point of his shoulder. He's a little longer from his shoulder, from his blade forward. A calf that holds himself together a little better, and he's a little squarer out of his hips. So I think there's some give and take in those two. I like cattle. It's got a little more boldness to him, a little more muscle. That gray baldy there, he'll be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Breed champion Key goes to Mercedes Ramsey. Reserve breed champion goes to Zoe Potts. We are now ready for Class 1 Hereford. 1 entry.
Just go ahead and head him. Just head him this direction. Right in the fence. Well, a good way to start our Hereford show here. It's a kind of a prospect-built calf, and that's what he is, just in terms of his weight and the way he's put together and built. But I'll tell you this much: that's a good Hereford calf. Get up in the front of this guy. He is really long-necked. He's big in terms of his features. You start at his feet, and he's big there. He's big in his forearm there. Calf that's got good shape. You get up on top of him, and he's really surprising. You get in behind this guy. He's really open, and he opened up, and he's pin set. Got a lot of width and shape into him, and works off a good hind leg. That calf right there could use just a little center body and just a little shape right there as you come out of his shoulder and work your way into the center of him for me. But there's a long time between now and when that calf will show, and hopefully he'll get there for you, because you got you a nice one to start with. That's an awfully good calf there, and good luck as you head down the road. Let's give him a nice round of applause. That's an awfully nice Hereford calf here.
Class 1 Hereford, first place goes to Kurt Cruz from Adair. We are now showing Class 2 Hereford, 2 entries.
We get into our second class of Herefords, and as we've done in the other two or three breeds that we've had, things started to really heat up, and the cattle started to get better. And in this particular class, we got two, and they're both very good. And we're going to start with the young ladies here on my right. I just think if you start at the ground on this one here, he's got great big feet. He's heavy boned. His features are big. I like the way that one blends from his shoulder into his rib cage. He's just really wide open and woofy there. Get up on top of him. He's really big back. Get in behind him, and he's really powerful. Handles extremely good. Now that calf there, I would like to square him up out of his hip just a little bit and lengthen him out there, but that's a really nice Hereford steer that comes out here and wins this particular class. The calf that comes out in second is a good-looking devil, and you do a nice job getting him presented. He's a really long-bodied, good top calf that really has an advantage over the one that goes out in front of him just in terms of his top line and levelness of hip. And not only that, he's a calf that's got a big back as well. You get up on top of him. I like that about him. He don't come with near as much feature. He's not as big at the ground. He's not as heavy in his bone. Get in behind him. He's just not opened up to the center part of his hip like the one that goes out ahead of him. But that's a really nice calf. You've done a nice job with him. He's a high-quality calf that's got a really neat finish on him. That calf just doesn't have just enough power to get in behind him to compete against the one that goes out ahead of him. Nice pair. That was a good pair of calves, two of the better ones we've had out here tonight. Let's give them guys a nice round of applause on a good pair of Herefords.
Class 2 Hereford, first place goes to Delaney Troyer from Adair. Second place goes to Curtis Canada from Adair. We are now showing Class 3 Hereford, 1 entry. We need all Hereford steers in the holding area, and all limousine and main steers be making your way to the holding area. All limousine and main steers to the holding area.
Get into our heavyweight class, and this young guy here, he's brought us out some nice pair of Hereford steers, and this one here fits the mold kind of like his last calf that he had. He's got a really good finish on him. This young fella does a good job of getting them fed. They got a good shape and a good tone to them. They're long-bodied cattle. They need to both be just a little bigger just in terms of their feature. This calf here, the longer he stays out here, earlier he was getting along just a little better off that rear leg, but the longer he stands and the more you work, lead him and make him work, he wants to struggle just a little more off of it. But a good kind of a practical calf. You done a nice job feeding him. That's a really good carcass kind of calf there. Congratulations.
Class 3 Hereford, first place goes to Curtis Canada from Adair. We are now showing for breed champion Hereford. All limousine and main steers to the holding area. All limousine and main steers to the holding area.
Well, some really quality cattle in our Hereford show, and it started off really good with a lightweight calf that his better days are ahead of him. That's a nice Hereford calf. He's really good balanced. He's long-fronted. He's good topped. He's really wide, and you get in from behind that guy. Got a good set of feet and legs and a lot of feature to him. I like that calf. He just comes in a prospect package out here with a bunch of fat cattle, but that one's better days, like I said, are down the road. The good calf comes out here in this second class here. This is a really rugged, really powerful kind of calf that's got some forearm in him, big in terms of his center body. He's soft in his flank, soft in his middle. Get up on top of him, and he's big, handles extremely good. Get in from behind him, and he's opened up and comes with a ton of power in him there. Square him up just a little bit, but that's an awfully good calf that we had come out of that second division. big stout calf that we talked about come out that's got a lot of quality to him just in terms of a carcass standpoint. Just gets out here against these other two cattle and don't have quite the same kind of quality they do in terms of the way he's put together, in terms of his pieces, in terms of his balance, but a really good kind of a practical calf. There's another one out, or there's one out here that, as we said earlier, and some of them others, he just needs to win because he's a good kind of calf that puts together so many good pieces in one package. That middleweight will be your champion. Congratulations. Bring the second one back in that particular class, and we talked just about the balance, the quality, the handle, and just the job that young person done getting this one out here. That's a really good Hereford calf. He just ran into a buzzsaw. He's easily the second best one. Let's give her a nice round of applause, or that young fella a nice round of applause. That's a good calf there. Congratulations.
Breed champion Hereford goes to Delaney Troyer from Adair. Reserve breed Hereford goes to Curtis Canada from Adair. We are now ready for our limousine class, one entry.
We just have one Lemmy, but I was telling her, hey, calf here is extraordinarily powerful. This one here is huge backed. You get in behind this one here, and I don't know whether you guys can see him good coming and going from the angle that you're at. You get up in behind this one here. This one is big hip. He's super wide in his pin set. He's big through the center part of him. Calf handles good. You got him in a good fresh package. Change him in his leg structure just a little bit. Wants to be over in his front knee just a little bit. Wants to tangle up just a niche on them back too. But that is a real power calf that you got presented nicely. Congratulations to you.
Class 1 limousine, first place, and breed champion goes to Krista Canada from Adair. We are now ready for Class 1 main. 4 entries. We need all Salier and Shorthorn steers to the holding area. All Salier and Shorthorn steers to the holding area.
and just hold him still. Well, in our main division, come out here and find one that really nice calf. He's like some we've talked about earlier, just in terms of his balance and his build and the quality and the presentation of this guy. He's kind of all put into one package. You do a nice job presenting him. That's a good calf to win. Calf that comes out, one we talked about earlier there in the early division there in the early show. I like this calf here. He's just real practical in terms of his mass and his shape. Got a good handle to him. He's a real carcass-oriented type calf. Like to change him a little bit, as we talked about off of that rear leg. Just doesn't have that same kind of bells and whistles as our class winner has, but that's a nice practical calf. Ornery old calf that comes out here in third, and you've done a nice job of just kind of hanging with him. It's been a little bit of a hard to get a look at him in this particular class here, but a calf that has some quality to him in terms of just studying him in terms of his front end. Got a good shape to his tops, good as you get in behind him. Gets just a little drier flank and just a little frailer as you study him in terms of his bone work, but a good calf that has some shape and some quality to him. Big old heavy-duty rascal comes out here at the end, just in terms of his front leg and his forearm and just that center body of that guy. He's really stout, really practical in terms of his build, and then got a good set of feet and legs on him, and he gets him out here and goes across the arena. I appreciate that about him. He just comes in a little plainer kind of a package. As we study him up front, he wants just to get a little too plain in his shoulder, a little too deep in his chest, and then when you get into the center part of that guy, just wants to get a little too flat. Nice steer to lead off. Good group there. Congratulations.
Class 1 main breed champion in first place goes to Abigail Vargas from Pryor. Second place and reserve breed champion goes to Curtis Canada from Adair. Third place goes to Ramsey Kemp from Adair. And fourth place goes to Addie Ramsey from Adair. We are now showing Class 1 Saliers, 1 entry. We need all Shorthorn and Simmental steers to the holding area. All Shorthorn and Simmental steers to the holding area.
Well, she comes in with a Salier, and she comes in with another really high-quality, good show calf. And this calf's next stop, I'm sure, will be Tulsa. And in that particular breed there, I asked her if she's going to show him as a Salier there. I don't know whether he'll win that breed, but I'll tell you one thing, he'll give them all they want, because that's a really nice calf. Profile's good, got a good shape to him, big up high, big from behind, well presented, got a nice set of feet and legs on him. That's an awfully nice Salier calf. Congratulations.
Class 1 Salier, first place and breed champion goes to Ashlyn Vargas from Pryor. We are now ready for Class 1 Shorthorn, 1 entry. We need all Simmental steers to the holding area, all Simmental steers to the holding area.
Well, a really high quality one here that's got a good look about him. He's got a lot of quality built, and this guy here comes in a really stout, really rugged kind of a package with a lot of mass and shape put in him. Change him just a little bit here. He's just a little moderate just in terms of his frame size for me. Like to flatten him out in his shoulder just a notch, but a really nice kind of a calf. She does a nice job getting this one out here, getting him presented. You've done a lot of work with him at home because he is immaculately fitted and got a nice hair coat on him. Congratulations.
Class 1 Shorthorn, first place and breed champion goes to J.C. Vickery from Adair. We are now ready for Class 1 Scimitar, 6 entries. We need all cross steers to be making their way to the holding area. All cross steers to be making your way to the holding area.
Would like to take a minute to thank our judge, Shannon Scotton. He come down from Missouri for us. He's been here the last few years judging different species. Does us a tremendous job. If you would put your headings together from him. He's got a lot more cattle to go through, but doing an excellent job.
All cross steers to the holding area. All cross steers to the holding area.
Hey, just go ahead and put them right out here in the middle. We'll talk about it. Well, without a doubt, the two best cattle that we've had in one particular class against each other. I'm not going to say some of them others earlier can't beat them. That's not what I'm saying. But when you get these two out here, this is for sure my closest decision of the night. And I like both of these cattle. They got some give and take in them. And I'll just tell you how I see them. Both these cattle weigh in the mid-12s on the one here and then the heavy 12s on the one that comes out here in second. And this Black Baldy, I realize he's not a taller fronted. He runs downhill just a little bit. He's got a little bit of shoulder setting out in front of him there that I'd like to clean up. But that is one powerful calf. You get up here and you get up on him, he is humongous in terms of being square and wide as you come out of the top of that one's shoulder and work your way back. You get in from behind him there, and he's so much wider and has such a distinct advantage just in terms of mass and shape as you study him in the pin set and you study him through the center punch of that hip. Also, you get off on him and you get up on the side of him, either one. Just study that center body shape of that one there and just the way he blends and puts things together. I think that calf just has so much more hard muscle and power in him, and he comes in a good package for me. I like him stout, and I like him heavy duty, and I like him round bodied, and I like that one to win. Red Baldy here that comes out here in second. Man, I like this calf. When he first came in, I knew it was going to be game on between these two, and it was. This calf here is taller at the point of his shoulder. He's super and he's soft in terms of his center body. I like that about him. I like how he works off his rear leg just a notch better. As you get up in the front of this calf here, though, he wants to be just a little straighter out of his shoulder. He wants to be just a little in at his knee, and he wants to be just a little turned out up in his front feet there, just a little. Then the distinct advantage of these two here is when you get right in behind him, he just don't open up with that same kind of heavy, big power that in his pin set and through the center part of him is the one that goes out ahead of you. There's some give and take in these two because this one here is better in terms of the way he lays in his shoulder, the tallness of his shoulder, that soft center in him. He just don't come with just near as much mass and power as that one that went out ahead of him. Good calf that comes out here in third, and I like this one here, long-bodied calf, good as you study him up front and reads with some quality, good in terms of the shape to his rib cage and center body, just gets just a little straighter for me as I study him up front. Just get into the center of this guy here and you go to handle him. He just don't handle with that same kind of big power as you handle him up top. Same kind of freshness as them two that go out ahead of him. But a good solid calf puts together a lot of good pieces. Practical calf with a good shape comes out here in four. Like that about him, a real carcass-oriented type calf that got a good muscle shape to him. Hang a good carcass there, but one that just comes in a little plainer package. Needs a little more finish on him as you handle him over his rib cage. And then one that comes out next, I like this one here in terms of the way he handles. He's awesome in terms of the handle to his top. Good in his handle him over his rib cage here. Just comes in a little plainer kind of a package. Gets a little plainer in his front, a little deeper in his chest as we compare him to some of the ones that go out ahead of him. Big, long-bodied, good-looking calf. The good set of feet and legs comes out next. Talked about him earlier. We appreciate a lot of things about him. He's a calf that'll feed down the road and do well for this young lady as we get out here and compare him to the ones that come out ahead of him. Just not enough power, not enough mass as we get up in the top side or study him as he goes away. Nice set of cattle there. Congratulations to all them kids.
Class 1 Simmental, first place and breed champion goes to Sage Vickery from Adair. Reserve breed champion goes to Carrington Troyer from Adair. Third place goes to Ashlyn Vargas from Pryor. Fourth place goes to Braden Boston from Adair. Fifth place goes to Alexis Willis from Locust Grove. And sixth place goes to Cassidy Lamson from Shoto. We are now showing our Class 1 cross, 1 entry. We need all cross steers to the holding area. And once both classes have shown, please all cross steers stay in the holding area.
Well, we have a single entry here to start our crossbred show, and I was talking to her. That's a really good and complete kind of calf that weighs 977 pounds, and she's got him coming along. She's got a nice fat cover started on him there. Calf that's real smooth and good in terms of his muscle shape. Like that about him. We change him just a little bit there. Might clean him up just a little bit up front. That's an awfully good calf, and congratulations to you.
Class 1 cross, first place goes to Reeve Ross from Pryor. We are now showing Class 2 cross, 6 entries. And please all cross steers stay in the holding area for preliminary sale lineup. I'd like to take a moment to direct your attention to our sponsor banner on the side of the ring with the announcer stand. We could not have our county fair without all of our generous sponsors, so we'd like to give them all a big round of applause, if you will. Following this class of cross, we will have our grand drive, so we need all grand and reserve breed champions to the holding area. All breed and reserve breed champions to the holding area.
Two really nice cattle up here, and they need to sort up because they're high quality, good balanced cattle. It's got a lot of good in them, and I'm just going to tell you how I see them. And I really like this white calf here just in terms of his balance. And I think where this calf has such an advantage is you study him in terms of his shoulder. He's a little flatter there. Then whenever you go into the center part of that guy, he's just bolder. He's more opened up. And then when that sets the table for when you get right up on top of that calf, he's extremely big. As you come out of the top of his shoulder and work your way back, that is a big back calf. Get him from behind him, and he has an advantage just for me, just in terms of width, as you study him right through the center part of him. But I think for me, just in terms of a balance standpoint, as you study and he's underneath, you study him in terms of his center body, and you just study him in terms of the pieces that fit. That's the best one for me. Like to change him off his rear leg just a little bit. He's just a little bow-legged for me as he goes away, and I'd like to give him just a little more foot and just a little heavier bone as I study him off of that back leg. But that's a really good-bodied, good-balanced calf. I like him to win. One that comes out here in second, boy, you got this one here looking the part, and I like this calf, and I like somebody that can get one ready and have them presented like that, and then get out here and show them and do what you do, and that draws my attention to that calf, because that's a long-fronted, good-looking one that's big-footed and durable and heavy-boned, and I like that about him. And he comes out here, gets set up from the side, and he gives us a killer look. You get in from behind him, and he's plenty wide enough, got a good punch to the center part of him. But for me, when I study this calf, he wants to open up just a little in terms of his shoulder, and then whenever you get right into the center of him and you study him in terms of that forerib of that guy, he's not as bold as the one that goes out ahead of you. He's not as bold through the center bottom of him, and I'd like to drop him down in his flank just a little bit. As you go forward, I'd say you might, that calf feels, or you have just a little more time to push on that calf, you might get up there and catch that one there for me, because that one is striking, good-looking calf, and that's just the differences I see of them. Good calf. Good job showing him. Yellow Baldy that comes out here is one that we used up there in our production deal to win it earlier, and I still think this is a good calf. He comes out here and he looks the part. He's good typed. He's got a good muscle shape to him. He's got a lot of carcass-oriented pieces and parts that I like. Just ran into two buzzsaws that come out ahead of you there, them old show calves that are heavier boned or bulkier in terms of their build, and got just a few more bells and whistles, but that's a good practical calf. Another one that comes out here next is this Black Baldy, and we talked about him earlier too, and he's a good calf. Do a nice job getting him presented. He's fed excellent. He handles as good as any calf that we've had in here, just in terms of handling him over his top and get into his rib cage there. Just comes in a little plainer package. Just gets a little plainer shouldered, a little deeper up front, and change that about him. And the Charolais calf's real similar. Good calf. Good big-bodied one. Is practical in terms of his kind. Got some muscle and shape in him. Just comes in a little too plain a package to compete with the ones that go out ahead of him. And then we got a red calf here. I like that heavy-duty build of this guy. I like his feet, like them big legs on him. He comes in a real durable, rugged package. Just gets a little too staggy-headed, necked, and shouldered there for me. Change him there just a little bit, and we could move him up a couple spots. Nice set of cattle there. Real good pair on the top end. Let's give all them young people a nice hand. Come out here to pick our crossbred champions, and it's not going to take long to do that, and not taking anything away from this smaller calf that we've got up here front, because that's a good calf, and he's practical and he's good. Like to have lots of them in the feed yard just like him, as we compare him back here to this Charolais calf that comes out next. Just not that same kind of woofy build, not that same kind of heavy-duty middle and big back. This champion right here is going to be this Charolais. Congratulations. Let's give her a nice hand. Good calf. Congratulations. Bring the second in that particular class back in, and wow, what a calf. That's a good-looking devil, and we just got done talking about a lot of good things about that guy. He's the next best one for me. Congratulations. Let's give her a nice hand. We come out here for third, and this will be the last one that I talk in this particular division. In the crossbred division, as we go ahead and line them up, but I think a pretty logical third-place calf. And we've talked a lot about this guy today. I still think he's good. I still think he's practical. A lot of carcass traits in that calf that I like. That Yellow Baldy here with this young man here comes out of third in that particular class. He'll be third overall. Congratulations.
Breed Champion Cross goes to Paige Elam from Pryor. Reserve Breed Cross goes to Sage Vickery from Adair. We are now ready for our grand drive. We need all breed and reserve breed champions in the holding area.
Well, what a neat steer, excuse me, well, what a neat steer show we had out here, and all these breeds are represented quite well. I'll be honest with you, I've been down here the last couple of years doing your sheep and goats, and they've been really good. Never really hung around or walked back through the cattle barns much, so when I got here, didn't know exactly what to expect. But I can promise you, my expectations have been exceeded. For the number of cattle we had to come out here and have this many nice breed champions. Let's go ahead and give these young people a nice hand. This is an awesome job. I'm not going to go back through and talk each and every one of them, but I've tried to talk them as much detail as I could in those particular breeds, and describe them the best I could out here in those classes. And like I said, I think a really neat group of cattle. We got a set of breeding cattle left to do here, but I'm going to tell you, I'm really impressed by your cattle show, your fat steers that you had out here, the help that's over here, and everybody that's been a part of this to keep all of this straight. It's just been awesome. Your facility is spectacular, and hats off to you guys for that. And I thought your kids come out here. They got good demeanor to them. They're good competitive young people that come out here, and even though they all wanted to win, they still had some courtesy about them, and these kids talk to each other when they come out here, and I appreciate that. That's kind of what it's all about, a group of young people that come out here and compete, but still yet have enough courtesy to them to help the next one in line there and do such a neat job out here. We're going to pick our champions here. One last time, if you would, give these young people a nice hand. And I'm going to pick our champions. The one that wins, for me, I think he's just so complete. He's so bold and so big-backed and just so complete. And when he gets out here amongst the rest of them, I thought he just started to pull himself away just ever so slightly with just all the good positives that we talked about him there earlier. This is a really good calf, and then we'll do a little bit of sorting for reserve. But good group here. If you just go ahead and bring him right around, right here is going to be your champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Grand champion steer goes to Paige Elam, Pryor FFA. Our grand champion belt buckle is sponsored by Delosier Insurance.
Well, we bring that calf that was second in that particular class back in, and sure comes right in and fits in just so good. It's a good calf, and we talked about him earlier, just the things that he has just in terms of his heavy-dutiness of build, just that long body, that good look that he has. There's another calf out here that we had in here earlier, and he suits me real good in terms of one that just has a good look from the side. He's heavy-duty in terms of his build. His balance is good. Just a little flatter shouldered, a little better looking on the profile than the other one that we're going to probably use in third. This young lady right here with this mane right here, she's going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Reserve Grand Market steer goes to Abigail Vargas. Congratulations. We need Krista Canada's Class 3 Charlet. We are now doing our sale order. We need all steers to the holding area besides our grand and reserve, all other steers to the holding area. And we would like to thank P&K Equipment for sponsoring our reserve grand belt buckle. We need Dade Delosier's cross. We need John Riley Ramsey's Class 3 Angus. We need Ashlyn Vargas's Simmental. Ashlyn Vargas's Simmental. We need all steers that have not been picked for the sale yet in the holding area. All steers in the holding area. We need Ashlyn Vargas to Simmental to the ring. Ashlyn Vargas to Simmental to the ring. Need Braden Boston Simmental to the ring. Braden Boston Simmental to the ring. All steers to the holding area for sale lineup. All steers to the holding area for sale lineup. We need Reeve Ross's cross to the ring, please. Reeve Ross's cross. We need Sally Walker's Class 2 Charlet to the ring. Sally Walker's Class 2 Charlet to the ring. We need Ramsey Kemp's Maine. Ramsey Kemp's Maine. We need Zoe Potts Kianina. Zoe Potts Key. We need Morgan Ross's cross. We need Addie Ramsey's mane. Addie Ramsey's mane. We need Morgan Ross's Class 2 key. Morgan Ross's Class 2 key. We need Alexis Willis's Scimitar. Alexis Willis's Scimitar.
Braden's got another one in here, doesn't he? Or does he?
We need Cooper Willis's Class 2 Charlet in the ring.
Hang on just a minute.
We need Cooper Willis's Cross in the ring. We need Cassidy Lamson Scimitar. Cassidy Lamson Scimitar to the ring. That concludes our market steer show. We will begin showmanship now, starting with our junior showman, ages 8 to 12. Then we will do our intermediate, which is 13 to 15, and then senior, 16 to 18. Once we finish showmanship, we will take a 5-minute break and then start our heifer show. All junior showmen to the holding area. All right, we are ready for our junior showmanship, ages 8 to 12. Please make your way into the ring. Can we get a big round of applause for our sponsor of tonight's Showmanship Buckles, Mays County Farm Bureau Insurance Agents, Merle Troyer and Matt Penderson. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, I tell you what, and one of our largest and our most competitive classes comes in our junior showmanship. And I tell you what, I've just talked to each one of these young people here, and what a good group. That's the neat part about having this many numbers in your junior division. You got these young people to look forward to coming up, and that's what keeps these shows going. Sometimes in this division, more than likely, is where you find your biggest gap in between the experience level of these young people, and it worked out a little bit that way tonight. A lot of them get hauled to junior show, or a lot of jackpot shows, and then others got bigger brothers and sisters, and that they've been able to watch and mirror and do the same things they do. And a lot of times people ask how to get your young person more competitive in showmanship, and how to teach them and do this. Hey, pick you one of these kids out that's getting ready to show later, or just pick the one that's getting ready to win in here tonight. Pick her out and watch her, and just take your young person home, taking some jackpots, and just kind of copy the things that they do. That's what I did when my boys were younger, and we'd go watch somebody that was always in the mix every weekend, and then we would copy and work at things that they did that made them successful, and try to make my boys successful at showing as well. So this is a really good group. We're only going to give, they got one belt buckle to give out. So we're going to pick us just one champion. I thought there was two of these kids that were spectacular, and I told them both out here. Then I thought there was some just really, really solid ones out here. So if you would, hey, this is a really good division. It's one of our biggest classes. Just give these young people a nice hand. We'll go out here and pick a champion.
Congratulations to our junior showman, Clancy Cunningham from Locust Grove. We are now ready for our intermediate showmanship. Intermediate showman ages 13 to 15. 13 to 15, intermediate showmanship.
within our intermediate group, it just kind of steps up and become a little more competitive once again. And hey, that's what you'd hope. As they get older, you'd hope they get better. And I tell you what, we got 4 or 5 of them out here that are really, really good showmen. Got one down here, a young lady here in the yellow. She comes out here, and she's the one of the group that's got just a little more fire to her. She shows a little harder. I like that. I thought you done a really good job, and I thought you was one of the ones that's really in contention. When you hit the gate, you were ready to do this and ready to get in here and show and do a nice job. Young lady right behind her, you do a really good job as well. Just get out here and just all evening with that little old kid. You just come out here and you plopped him up from the side. You got a good demeanor and a good look about you standing there. You work that cast slow. You work your stick slow, and I appreciate that. I thought you two up there on that end was very good. This guy right here is solid. He's been solid in here all night. He brings that old yellow baldy calf out here and gets him stuck. Don't have to worry much about him, and calf's been worked with. You do a nice job showing. I appreciate that. Then we get into a young lady here with this big, stout, powerful steer here down here in this corner. Wow, she does a nice job too. She gets out here and she's got that steer presented so well. Done a nice job out here tonight, and just like I said about that young lady up there, just the demeanor of how you come out here and you get them shown, and every time I look at you, you got that calf usually set. Right now is probably the one time I'm bragging on you here. It's kind of like bragging on a good coon dog, tree of possum every time, and when I looked over here at you, I was getting ready to talk about how good a job you do at keeping them feet right all the time, but now you've got them good here. So you did do an awesome job, and I appreciate the job you do and the way you get out here and get them shown, and you've done a nice job tonight. This heifer here has been a little bit ornery for him to get out here and show, but he's another one we've watched out here tonight, does such a nice job. And then we got a gal here that, man, you do a nice job of showing. We had to switch horses down here in the middle of the race, one that was a little bit ornery there, and I don't blame you for switching her out at all. Thought you done a really good job here. So let's give these guys here on our intermediate group a real nice hand. I'll go out here and pick our champion. This has been a spectacular group, and several of them in here are really good contenders. But the one that I've watched tonight that I think is just truly very, very good is going to be this young lady right here showing this big old stout calf right here. You're going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our intermediate showman, Ashlyn Vargas from Pryor. Congratulations. We are now ready for our senior showmanship, ages 15 to 18. After our senior showmanship, we are going to take a 5-minute break before we start our heifer show.
Well, we step up a notch in age, and once again step up a notch in terms of the competitive level that these guys bring out here. And you just kind of get out here, and what I was talking about earlier in terms of getting your young person up here, if you got a junior or even an intermediate that wants to get a little more competitive and be a little better showman. There's several of them out here that you could come out here and watch, target these kids here, and you can watch them in and out every weekend. Judge several shows, and my boys judge a ton of them, and we go to a lot of the same shows, and every weekend it's the same kids. It's right in there knocking heads for them champion showmanship buckles, and it's and they learn the same way as what I was just talking about. They haul to a lot of jackpots. They mirror those kids that were always older than they are, and then when they get to that point, then they're very competitive. So these guys here, this is a spectacular group, really solid. The little bit of this deal here is just a little bit in how their cattle handle form out here tonight, just a little bit. Some of them are tired, and some of them are a notch fresher, and it made a little bit of difference just how they got out here and got them presented, and just getting the best look at them every time. This is a really good group. This is a group you guys ought to be proud of. They'll represent you well as you go down the road out of this particular county. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll go out here and pick your champion.
Congratulations to our senior showman, Brooke Kemp from Adair. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will start our heifer show, starting with our mini Hereford show.
Well, what a good way here to get started in our breed show here with a mini Hereford. Good combination here between a young lady that can really show one well and a really highly presented, good-built little mini. This is a nice duo here. That one reads with a lot of quality, a lot of balance. Got a good set of feet and legs under that one there, and I tell you what, that ought to make a nice project for you as you head down the road here. Congratulations to you. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause on a good mini.
Class 1 Mini Hereford, first place and breed champion goes to Claire Cunningham from Locust Grove. We are now ready to start our Angus heifer classes. We need all Angus heifers to the holding area, all Angus heifers to the holding area. And after your class is done, please stay in the holding area for preliminary sale lineup. We are now showing Class 1 Angus, 1 entry. We need all Class 2 and Class 3 Angus to the holding area.
Well, another good way to start our Angus heifer show here, and this is a really good built, good balanced one here. She's got a lot of good pieces to her, a lot of things to like. As this one here matures, she's got some good things to build into. I like the neck on this one here. Her shoulder's good and flat. Her center body's big and soft. I like that about her. She could be just a notch bigger bone, maybe just a little more feature in that one there as I study her just in terms of her foot and just some of her features as you study her up in her head there. But that's an awfully nice one there. Congratulations.
Class 1 Angus, first place goes to Clancy Cunningham from Locust Grove. We are now showing Class 2 Angus heifers, 4 entries.
Just a reminder, beef exhibitors, tonight's the night you need to take your beef pictures. Even if you're an alternate, you need to go ahead and take your photo in case they get down to you. It's already done. This is the night for beef pictures. We won't be taking beef pictures any other night but tonight. So you need to be sure and get your photos tonight before you leave. Thank you.
All Charolais heifers be making your way to the holding area. All Charolais and Charolais composite heifers be making your way to the holding area.
Well, a really nice pair of heifers in this particular class. It's sort up for me. And the one we're going to lead off with does it with just a little more horsepower for me as you start at the ground and work your way up on this one here. This is a really big-footed, heavy-boned female. You get up in the front of her. She's extremely long-necked, really deep, soft in that center body. Get up on the top side of that one there, and she's really flat back. She's really leveled hip, really good. You get in and study that one there just in terms of her pieces. Now, I'm going to be the first one to tell you, and I'll agree with all of you that see it. This one here needs to be changed just a little bit off of her rear leg. Wants to get just a little flat pattern there and tangled up just a little bit as she gets out there and gets on the move. But in terms of just build and balance and center body and shape, I like her to lead off. One that comes out here in second, I think most nearly follows her just in terms. Most nearly follows her just in terms of that extra body shape I love this one as she goes from her shoulder into that center body. She really ties up and hooks in good in there. Got a good soft center in her. Get up on top of her there. She's got a good top. She's square out of her hip, and she works better than the one that goes out ahead of her in terms of working out of her hip and her hind leg. But just studying that one there, she just comes a little frailer for me as you study her at the ground, study her in terms of her bone, and then you get right into the center part of that one's hip. She just needs to be opened up a little bit for me, and I'm talking about her pin placement through the center part of her hip. Really good and complete one here that comes out third. There's a lot of things to like here in this one here because she's just really good, really solid, puts a lot of good things together. She's one that just gets out here and comes to us a little weaker at times as you get up here and study her in terms of her top line. Just doesn't have that same kind of soft metal in her as them two that go out ahead of her. They go out ahead of her there, and just be a little critical of her. She could be just a little bigger footed and a little heavier duty in terms of her bone as well. Then we end up with an ornery heifer here that comes out here in 4, and there's a lot of good in this one here just in terms of quality as you study her. Just in terms of her makeup there, length of neck, feet and legs, just doesn't come to us in just quite as a neat and moderate and balanced package as the 3 that go out ahead of her. Congratulations, and let's give them young people a nice hand.
Class 2 Angus, first place goes to Gage Long, second place goes to Blake Long, third place goes to Cody Schwertfeger, and fourth place goes to Harley Chance. We are now showing Class 3 Angus 2 entries. We need all Charolais and Charolais composite heifers to the holding area. All Charolais and Charolais composite heifers to the holding area.
Two, you'll be 1. Well, as I was telling these 2 young people here, a really nice pair that comes in this particular class, and with that being said, there's one that just really needs to sort up, and that's the young ladies here. That's a really nice one there. That's a good built one. You study that one at the ground, work your way up, get up in there and just look at the pieces and the way this one fits together in terms of her neck, her shoulder, that big soft metal to get up in the top of this one here, and she's got a long flexible spine, works good out of her hip and hind leg. I like that one there. I like that one a lot. Congratulations to you. Really nice one comes out here in second as well. She's a little more basic, doesn't quite have the bells and whistles of that one that goes out ahead of her, just like in terms of her hair coat, in terms of that heavy dutiness, but one that's really long bodied. She's long fronted. She's got a good muscle shape to her and works off a nice set of feet and legs. When you get her out there and get her on the move, holds together nice, that's a nice female as well. But congratulations there on a really nice pair. Let's give them 2 young exhibitors there a nice hand.
Class 2 Angus, first place goes to Gage Long from Adair. Second place, no, sorry, that was Class 3, my apologies. Class 3, first place goes to Clancy Cunningham from Locust Grove. And second place goes to Dax Delosier from Adair. We are now showing for breed champion Angus heifer. Please have all Angus heifers in the holding area for preliminary sale lineup. All Angus heifers in the holding area.
When we started out in our class one there, we started out really good one there, and we talked about her, just the future that this one has is so good just because of the way she fits together, her blending of pieces, the quality she reads with as we study her up in her front end, shoulder, good in her center body. There's a lot of good that one there as you head down the road. And then we come to the heavy duty one, that wins our second class there, and she was in there with a couple or three other really nice ones here, and I just thought this one here, just starting at the ground, was just stouter, just had more of a production look to her for me. I like this one's top line. I just like that extra center body that she has. Change her a little off of her rear leg if we could, but I think there's a lot of good in that one. Then when we come to this this last one here that wins class 3, that's just a really good one. You get out here, and regardless of where you drop this one here in, I'm going to tell you something. She might not win the show when you get there, but she's going to give them all they want and more. For me, she's a pretty easy winner. That one's really complete and really good. Congratulations to you. You'll be our champion. Bring that heifer that was second in that particular class in here, and she's just a good practical female. You take that one home, and she's just going to do so many good things for you because of the things that she puts together in terms of a good balanced package with a good set of feet and legs. There's one out here that I think just has a few more bells and whistles to me in terms of just when I study her feet, whenever I study her feature, whenever I study her hip, and just the balance and the build this one has. She comes to us within just a little neater package for me. This reserve, the one that comes out of our second class, she'll be our reserve champion. Congratulations.
Breed champion Angus goes to Clancy Cunningham from Locust Grove. Reserve breed champion goes to Gage Long from Adair.
We brought that second one in that was second in that second class, and hey, there's a lot of goodness one here. I like her build, like her balance. Just didn't think she came with quite as much, just quite as much horsepower, just quite as much feature and bone, and just center body as that one that beats her. But I do like the way this one's put together, and I could see this one here being really good as you go down the road. She's the one that reads to me with the next most quality and the next most build of the two that we have out here. You'll be our third overall. Congratulations. A really deep and competitive class there, and another really complete one here. Just center body's good, feet and legs is good, puts it together with some quality. In my opinion, that's the next best one that we got out here. Congratulations. Nice job, sis.
Thank you.
He's good.
We're now ready to start Class 1 Charolais. Class 1, 1 entry.
Well, a high-quality one here that comes in our first class of Charolais, and seen her earlier in showmanship, and just knew that this one would be probably competitive regardless of class or who she came in with, because this one blends together really good. I like this one here. Good up through her front, lays in good to her shoulder, got a good rib cage in her, got a nice shape to her. I like that about her. We'll see how she looks when she comes in here against some of her competition, but a really good single entry here. Congratulations.
Class 1 Charolais, first place and breed champion goes to Chance Downs from Salina. We're now on Class 1 Charolais Composite, 1 entry.
Well, a really nice little half-blood composite here. Does a nice job of getting her shown as well. Gets out here and gets her plopped up from the side. Looks good. Good in her top line. Works good out of her hip. Got a good body and center shape to her there. We could change her just a little bit up front. We could clean just a little bit of that chest floor up on her and flatten her out in her shoulder just ever so slightly. But that's a really nice female. Congratulations to you.
Class 1 Charolais Composite, first place goes to Connor Pell from Locust Grove. We are now showing Class 2 Charolais Composite, 2 entries. We need all key and polled Hereford heifers to the holding area. All key and polled heifers to the holding area.
some give and take in these two here, and for me, when it comes out here and just talking about one that's built more like a female, it's the one that comes out here in the lead. Really long neck, really good shouldered, kind of a female. Good in terms of her top line. I like that about her. And you start at the ground and you just work your way up. She's just so much bigger footed. She's heavier bone. She gets a little tangled up when she gets out on the move for me, and I'd like to change that a little bit about her, and I could bold her up just a little bit there behind her shoulder to make her a little more ideal. But in terms of just one that puts together a good balanced look, it's more feminine through her shoulder, longer from her blade forward, and just gets out here and moves good enough for me on a bigger foot with more feature to her. I like her. A real powerful one that comes out here in second. She's bold ribbed, she's big back, she's super big. You get in from behind her. She's one that just gets a little too plain for me as I steady her up through her front end. A little shorter neck, a little more shoulder in her, and then when I get to her back leg, she just gets a little too hook-legged for me, gets a little too tangled up when she gets out here and gets on the move. But a nice one that puts together some body, puts together some power, just needs to be in a little nicer kind of a package for me in terms of feminine, in terms of her shoulder there. So nice pair. Congratulations.
Class 2 Charlotte Composite, first place goes to Abigail Vargas from Pryor. Second place goes to Kurt Cruz from Adair. We are now showing for breed champion Charlotte Composite. We need all key and polled Hereford heifers in the holding area. All key and polled Hereford heifers in the holding area.
Three really nice composite heifers, and I could change each one of these on their back wheel just a little bit. The one up front wants to get out here in short stride just a little bit, wants to tighten up in her hip just a little bit and not cover her track when she gets out here and gets on the move. And then the heifer that comes out in second, she's got some flex, she's got some pull and push to that leg and kind of covers her track, but she wants to tangle them up as she gets out here and gets to going just a little bit. And the same thing about her heifer here that was second in that particular class, wants to get out here and just work a little tighter out of her hip, not quite as, she's got a little more set, a little more of a dog leg set to that hind leg than I like, and I could change that about her. I think there's some give and take in all of these, and I think when it gets close, the one that weighs out to me, it's just in terms of her build, in terms of her heavy to duty, in terms of her foot, in terms of her bone, and just get up and study that one there in terms of her length of her neck and her front. The one that suits me the best is going to be the young lady that comes out of our middle class. She'll be our champion. The young man that comes out of our first class, he'll be reserve, and that young fella there will be third. Congratulations to you three guys. Nice job.
Breed champion Charlotte Composite goes to Abigail Vargas from Pryor. Reserve breed champion goes to Connor Pell from Locust Grove. We are now ready for Class 1, Key, 1 entry. Correction on the last class. Breed champion goes to Ashlyn Vargas, not Abigail Vargas.
Well, a good-looking red baldy heifer that's highly presented and very well shown. I appreciate about her. One that comes with a good body shape and a lot of muscle. For me, the one thing I like changing this one here is just her structure just a little bit. As you study her up in her front end, she's one that wants to push out and get out on that outside toe on her front right. Like change that about her, just gets a little bit tight. Wants to just pull and get a little tight out of her hip and struggle just a little bit off of that rear leg. But one that's highly presented, got a good body shape and a lot of muscle to her. Congratulations.
First place in Breed Champion Key goes to Krista Canada from Adair. We are now showing Class 1 Polled Hereford, 1 entry.
Well, a real striking one from the side. Really thin and long-necked one there. Good and flat in her shoulder there. Just in terms of the way she's flat and goes into her rib cage there. Good in her top line. She's one that she gets a little straighter out of her front end. She gets a little closer there at her knee. She's also one that we could just bold up just a little bit as we come out of her shoulder and work our way back. But an awfully nice one there that gives us a really good look from the profile. You done a nice job getting her presented. Congratulations.
Class 1 Polled Hereford, first place, goes to Harley Chance from Locust Grove. We are now ready for Class 2 Polled Hereford, 3 entries. We need all horned Herefords in the holding area, all horned Herefords in the holding area.
three really high quality ones, and we just get out here and just go to sorting on them. There's just one that needs to win for me. This is a really nice heifer. I like her. I like the build. I like the balance of this one here. Just puts a lot of good things together. We could lay her in just a little flatter in her shoulder if we could, but her center body, her top line, her feet and legs, just that soft center in that one there. I like her, and when she gets out, gets on the move, just gets out there and looks the part. Congratulations to you, nice class winner. Another really high quality one that comes in here next. She's one that gets out here, and she's a little bit hard for this young lady to show, but she gets her out here. She gives us a good look from the side. She's good there. She comes out of her rib cage, just puts a good little old balanced look together. We could change her. She gets a little straighter in her shoulder, wants to get just a little straighter out of her hock, and that's the same thing we can say about this one here, because this is a big, high-performing type heifer that I appreciate that about her. Just need to change her structurally. She gets a little too straight up front, wants to get a little too straight from behind. Change that about her, and then we could move her up one notch, but just needs to work off of her feet and legs a notch better.
Class 2 Polled Hereford. First place goes to Brooke Kemp from Adair. Second place goes to Katsy Atkins from Locust Grove. And third place goes to Chance Downs from Salina. We are now showing for breed champion Polled Hereford. We need all horned Herefords in the holding area.
Well, as we talked about earlier, this first one that we had in this first class is a really striking one from the side. I really like the quality she reads with up front. I like her top line. I just like that balanced look where everything fits together good. Structurally, I'd like to change her. She gets just a little straighter up front for me. Wants to get just a little straighter from behind, but a really nice heifer that puts together a good look. A lot of quality as you study her, just in terms of her shoulder, her neck, and her head there. Then we come out with one that's really stout, really good built. Start at the ground. She's really powerful. She's good and soft in her center body. Got a nice set of feet and legs. She's just a little plainer as we study her up front, but I think as we just study this one in a comparison standpoint, she just puts too many good things together in terms of that build she has, that extra heavy duty feature, that big center, and then when she gets out on the move, really holds herself together well. She'll be our champion in this particular division. Congratulations.
Nice job.
Bring the one that was second in that class back in, and we talked about her earlier. She's really highly presented. You've done a nice job taking care of her and getting her out here and getting her presented. Good bodied, good soft middle put in her. She's big. You get up on the top side of her and just puts together a lot of good pieces there. We change her just a little bit. She wants to rubber band, just get a little tight right there behind her shoulder. She wants to get just a little straighter up there. And then as we look at her from behind, for me, she wants just to get a little bit straighter. So I think that gives us some things to work off of here and makes us a little closer. There's some give and take in her. In taking these two, I think there's one of them for me that just blends her pieces just a notch better. She's a little little smoother from her neck, shoulder, through the center body of her, holds her top line together a little better and a little square as I study her from behind, and reads with a little more quality. This young lady up here with our younger heifer, she'll be our reserve champion. Congratulations.
Breed champion Polled Hereford goes to Brooke Kemp from Adair. Reserve breed goes to Harley Chance from Locust Grove. We are now ready to start Horned Hereford, Class 1. We need all maintainers to the holding area, all maintainer heifers to the holding area.
Well, we have two different ages here, but we had two classes in our horn division, so we just went ahead and brought these in together, and we'll just talk about them both as class winners, and then we'll pick us a champion out of here. The young lady up here has got a younger heifer here that is a really good-looking one. She really fits and blends well in terms of just her neck, shoulder, good in her top line. I like her feet and legs. She does a good job there. Now, she could be just a little heavier duty, a little stouter as we study her in terms of her bone work, open her up there in her center body and bolden her up there in her rib cage. But that's a really good-looking, high-quality one, especially as we study her from up in her front one-third there. And then we got one that comes out here that was going to be our second class winner here, and a really bold, really powerful type heifer that's big in her center body. Get up on top of her. She's really big. Get in behind her. She's really opened up. She's not as nice and she's not as feminine as we study her in her shoulder. She's not as good right there as we study her in terms of her chest floor, but there's enough more in that one for me, just in terms of her body, just in terms of her bone work, and just in terms of her underline and softness of center. She's going to be our champion. The young lady up here on my right, she'll have a reserve. Let's give them a nice hand. Congratulate them.
Our two class winners of Horned Herefords, Katsy Atkins was breed champion and Chance Downs was reserve breed champion. We are now ready for class 1, maintainer, 2 entries. We need all red Angus heifers to the holding area. All red Angus heifers to the holding area.
Well, sure, some differences in these two here, and it just kind of depends on where you want to step forward and put your preference and your priorities here. And I'm going to start with the black heifer up front here. I think her balance is just better for me. I like her in terms of her rib cage. I like her because she holds together so much better as you work out of the top of her shoulder and you work back her spine out through her hips. She's really good there. She's bold in her center body. Just a really easily fleshing kind of a female that I think puts together a lot of good things and a good balanced package. She could be a little heavier duty for me as you study her in terms of her bone work, and she could be a little longer as I study her up front, but an awfully good balanced one. The next one that comes out is the one that does have the big features, the feet. I like that about her. She's big in terms of her front leg and her forearm there. One that's really long as you study her up front, but for me, she just comes in too many pieces. She gets a little too round or just a little too flat as you study her in there from behind her shoulder. Just doesn't get out here and fit together and balance up quite as good as the one that went out ahead of her. Nice pair. Congratulations.
Class 1 maintainer, first place goes to Curtis Canada from Adair. Second place goes to Mercedes Ramsey from Adair. We are now showing Class 2 maintainer, 1 entry. We need all Red Angus and Shorthorn plus heifers to the holding area. All Red Angus and Shorthorn plus heifers to the holding area.
Really powerful female that comes out here and wins our last class of mains here. Just a tremendously big top, big as you get in behind her, really expressive just in terms of her muscle design. She's one that we could soften up just a little bit in her center body there and clean her up and flatten her out there just a little bit in her front shoulder, but a nice one there. Congratulations.
Class 2 maintainer, first place goes to Cassidy Lamson from Shoto. We're now showing for breed champion maintainer.
Well, a nice pair of main heifers here, and the one that wins our first class was a really good balanced, soft-middled, really fresh-haired, high-quality built one there. Just changed her, I can make her just a little stouter there. We talked about it to ground, and the one that comes out next is a little stouter to ground. She's a little more massive, got more muscle shape in her, just doesn't come in quite as soft, quite as good-looking package as the heifer up above her. I think there's some give and take in them. The one I prefer is the young man's heifer that comes out of our first class. Let's give him a nice round of applause. These heifers just come out of here, and the roan heifer that was second in that last class, I thought that was a nice pair of heifers. I thought there was a lot of differences in them and some give and take. This one here's a little stouter at the ground than that one that went out, a little heavier bone, but I think she still puts together a lot of quality, a lot of good in this one here. We could change her a little bit there, dress her right behind her shoulder. I'd like to bolt her up there in her rib cage, but I think she reads with the next most quality for me. We're going to leave them two heifers together. You'll be our reserve champion. Congratulations.
Breed champion maintainer goes to Curtis Canada from Adair. Reserve breed champion goes to Mercedes Ramsey from Adair. We are now ready for Class 1, Red Angus. 2 entries.
Well, a really nice pair of Red Angus heifers come out here, and our younger heifer is going to be in the back here. She doesn't want to lead quite as well unless the one's out in front of her there, but we're going to start with her. This is a really green conditioned heifer that reads with a lot of quality to me. I like this one's build. I like her bone work. I like her shoulder. I just like the way she fits together, and I can see that when as she goes down the road and gets fat and chubby and mature, there's a lot to build off there, and I think that's a really nice class winner. One that comes out here that we're going to be in second here, and it measures just to make a class comparison. She's a little bolder in her forerib. She's a little bigger right there in the center part of her. But as we compare her just in terms of her quality pieces, in terms of her shoulder, in terms of her neck, and in terms of her feet and legs, she just doesn't quite have that like the heifer that goes out ahead of her. So nice pair. Congratulations to both of you.
Class 1, Red Angus. First place goes to Chase Wood from Adair. Second place goes to Jaden Pritchett from Salina. We are now ready for Class 2, Red Angus, 2 entries.
There you go. Hey, just take right here and set them up right here where they don't want to go out that door. Well, a really good one here that leads us off here, the young lady here in the yellow. This is a really high quality, good built one there. Super big in her center body. I like that about her. Got a great set of feet and legs. Change her just a little bit, clean her up there in her chest just ever so slightly, and maybe flatten her out in her shoulder just a little bit. But I tell you what, that's a really good one that you brought to us here. That big center body and that good build and look. You done a nice job getting her presented as well. Big, long-bodied heifer here that comes out, and once you get out here and get her stuck, there's a lot of things to like because she's a big outline. She's a long-bodied one there that's going to go home and grow and do well for you. Just as we compare her back to that one that goes out ahead of her, just not that same kind of body shape, not that same kind of build, not that same kind of moderation, just in terms of a balance standpoint as the one that wins.
Class 2, first place goes to Paige Wood from Adair. Second place goes to Chase Wood from Adair. We are now on Class 3, Red Angus. We need all Shorthorn Plus, Simmental, and Percentage Simmental heifers to the holding area. Shorthorn Plus, Simmental, and Percentage Simmental to the holding area.
In our last class of our Red Angus heifers here, I think we got a good one to land on here. A lot like that one in that last class, just in terms of a good one to find that puts together a tremendous amount of good pieces. I like this heifer a lot. It's good, as you study in terms of center body, it's got a good shape to her, really fits together well. She's one as well. We could clean her up right here in her breast and her brisket there just a little bit. Like to shove that back up in her just a little bit, but I tell you, that's a long-bodied, good-looking, good-built one that's got a good center body and a good shape to her. Like that one to lead off. Then we come out here with one that's a really easy doing, really easy flushing heifer that's really good as you study her in terms of her rib cage. She's just one as you study her up front gets a little too short from her blade forward. She's also one as you just study her at the surface needs to be a little bigger footed, needs to be a little heavier boned as we study her from behind. Nice pair of females there. Congratulations.
Class 3 Red Angus, first place goes to Mackenzie Reynolds from Adair, and second place goes to Mackenzie Reynolds from Adair. We are now showing for breed champion Red Angus.
Well, our Red Angus division was without a doubt one of the stronger divisions that we've had tonight. And as we started out with this little heifer here that's in the middle of the wins our first class, that's a high quality one. I like the way this one reads up front. Just like her outline, I like her foot, I like her bone, I like what she projects out to be. As you get that one bigger, mature, and chubby, I could see her for sure being a handful in that particular breed. The one who wins our second class here, this is just a tank. This is a big-centered, big-bodied one that's got a soft metal in her. She's good in her top line, just puts together a lot of good things. We talked about her earlier. We could change her just a little bit there at the point of her shoulder and clean her up, Jared, and just in her chest floor ever so slightly, but I think that's a high-quality, awesome-built one. Next one that comes out here that wins our last class is a really good one as well. She's a long-bodied one. She gives us a good look when you get her out here and get her plopped up from the side. She's a little flatter in her shoulder and probably just a little longer neck than the one that we got up there that we was just talking about, but she just doesn't have that bold center body, that soft middle, and just that balanced, complete look as our champion's going to be, because the young lady up there on that end there with that yellow shirt, she'll be our champion. Congratulations. One that we bring in that was second in that particular class really kind of comes into the mix. I think she's real similar to the heifer here that we've got in from behind, just the same kind of body length, same kind of build. She's one we could bold up there just a little bit in the center part of that one there, and like to see her read with just a little heavier, a little more bone, just a little more substance. You get right in behind that one there. And even so, I like the build and the quality and the future of that one there. I think there's one out here that's just got to that point and puts together a lot of good pieces in one package. We talked about her earlier in terms of her length, in terms of the pieces and the way she fits together. Our older heifer that comes out of our last division, she'll be our reserve champion. Congratulations.
Thank you. Breed champion Red Angus goes to Paige Wood from Adair. Reserve breed champion Red Angus goes to Mackenzie Reynolds from Adair. We are ready for our Class 1 Short Oran Plus, 1 entry.
We got a nice pair here. We got a nice heifer, and the young lady here showing her really doing a good job. When she got out here a minute ago, we got up her on that end, just really got her set up and squared up. She's got a nice heifer she's showing here, one that's long fronted. She's long body. She's got some body shape to her. Congratulations to you on a nice class winner.
Class 1, first place, Shorthorn Plus. First place and breed champion goes to Jaden Chister. We are now showing Class 1 Simmental, 1 entry. We need all percentage Simmental and commercial heifers to the holding area. All percentage Simmental and commercial heifers to the holding area.
Well, in our semi-division, we just have one, but if we're just going to have one, let's make it a good one, and boy, he brought us one here. This is a really good built one here. I just love the way this and here pieces together. Her top line's good, her hips good. I love her center body. Got a good set of feet and legs. You get her out here and you get her set up. She's got a good look from the side. Congratulations to you. That's a really nice class winner.
Class 1 Simmental, first place and breed champion goes to Gage Long from Adair. We are now ready for our Class 1 percentage Simmental. All commercial heifers be making your way to the holding area. All commercial heifers be making your way to the holding area.
A nice pair of heifers, and I think a good one to land on here just in terms of a structure standpoint. She's just so much better in the way she lays into her shoulder, the way she works out of her front knee. I like the way that one blends from her shoulder into her center body. She's got a really good underlining flank there. Good as you study her up top. She's not as heavy boned or maybe just as kind of rugged in terms of her feature as the one that comes out behind her, but I think that one just puts together too many pieces, too much balance, needs to lead off. This is a real shapely heifer, and you got her presented. She looks the part. I like that boldness as you study her in her rib cage. I like that shape she's got up over her top. As we get up in the front of this one here, she wants to get just a little too straight. She wants to get over at the point of her knee just a little bit and turn them front feet out just a little bit. Change her there just a little bit, and we get up there and run a little harder at that one that beat you. She's an awfully high-quality heifer. Just change her up front a little.
Nice job.
Class 1 percentage scimitar. First place goes to Brooke Kemp from Adair. Second place goes to Blaine Silka from Locust Grove. We are now showing Class 2 percentage scimitar, 2 entries. We need all commercial heifers to the holding area.
Young lady here on my right is going to have our class winner, and I think just a really good place to land. A really stout one, a really production-oriented type female that's big at the ground, heavy bone, get up in the center part of her, and she's opened up good, wide as you get in behind her, big back. She's one we'd like to see just a little nicer as you study her up front, but whenever you go ahead and get all of that power, you get all of that bone, you get all of that width and mass, that's just going to come with a little bit of that. I like that one there, and I think she's a good place to start off. Another good balanced one that comes out here next. She's good in her center body. She's good in terms of her fleshing ability, and I like that about her. I can tell she's been a good one there to feed and maintain. And as we said about some of them steers earlier, I'd say that one there is a really low maintenance, high performing type heifer. As we study her back there, just in terms of that class champion, she just doesn't have as much foot, and she just doesn't have as much feature and bone as we study her back to that class winner, and just one that just doesn't open up with just near as much width and shape as you study her right through the center part of her pin placement, center part of her hip.
Class 2 percentage scimitar. First place goes to Krista Canada from Adair. Second place goes to Blake Long from Adair. We are now showing for breed champion percentage scimitar.
Well, both these heifers here, they just left the arena here and remember them well, and we just talk about them. There's one out here. Both these heifers are really nice, a good balanced one here that wins our first class here, and she pieces together things real well. She's good body shape, she's good top, got a good shape to her. I like that about her. And then when we come out here and we talk about our second, when we talk about how productive she was, just how stout featured and how soft bodied and how opened up she was. And I like to modify her just a little bit up front and change her just a little bit there, but I think a really nice pair. I think there's some give and take in them. I guess the way I like them just a little stouter. I like them a little more opened up with a little more feature and performance in them. Your champion will be your young lady that comes out of that last class. Let's give her a nice hand. Congratulations. However, the second in that class is one that we just talked about, just good built, soft-centered, real productive, a lot of quality to her. I just think that the other one out here just has a little more future in her, just in terms of the quality she reads with up front. I like this one here's forearm. I like her front leg. I like her center body. I like the way she blends and fits together. She'll be your reserve champion. Congratulations. Well, as we come out here, two heifers that are kind of, just a little give and take. One of them's a little bolder, one of them's a little heavier bone, the other one's a little softer middled, a little easier fleshing type of a female. I think the structure's going to sort them this time for me. One of them just works so much better out of her front end, so works so much better off of her hind leg. Your third overall is going to be this young fella here that come out of our second class. Congratulations. Thank you.
Breed champion percentage Scimitar goes to Krista Canada. Reserve breed champion percentage Scimitar goes to Brooke Kemp. We are now showing class 1 commercial, 2 entries.
Well, our little black heifer here, she's going to be our class winner, and I think we need to gravitate to her fairly quickly here, one that just gets out here and has a good balanced look, pieces fit together, got a good shape, good set of feet and legs. I like a lot of things about her, and I think she makes an awfully nice class winner. Really pretty one comes out here next, and I like this kind because I like that big form, I like that big front leg she has, I like that extra feature that she has and that extra long neck. She just needs to be softer in her center body, her underline needs to be a little better, and we need to flex her up and move just a little bit as we study her off both ends. Congratulations.
Class 1 commercial, first place goes to Dayson Delozier from Adair. Second place goes to Jaden Chittister from Shoto. We are now showing Class 2 commercial, 3 entries.
Well, a really nice place to start here in this particular class with a heifer. This young lady is leading here up front. This is a really good build, one good balance, one that puts together a lot of good things. Good body shape, got enough mass, got enough shape to her. She could be fixed just a little bit right there behind her shoulder, wants to get just a little bit weak there, but I think just too many good pieces, too much balance, and works too good off of her feet and legs not to win this particular class. Good-looking black baldy that comes out here next. I like her in terms of her shoulder. I like the way she hooks up a little better there behind her shoulder than our class winner. But this is one that just doesn't have that same kind of good underline as that one does. Get in behind her. She's just not as opened up and doesn't work off as big and a good a hind leg as the one that beats you up in front. A lot like the one you just came in here with, and I seems like I'm picking on you here because I like that kind. I do like them ones that's got that extra look, them choke necks, them big blades and forearms. They just need to come just a little sounder for me. She wants to get just a little straighter up front, wants to tangle up just a little bit as we get her on the move there, but a high quality one there that's got some good pieces, make a nice cow for you when you take her back to the house. Congratulations.
Class 2 commercial, first place goes to Alexandra Delozier from Adair. Second place goes to Blake Long from Adair. Third place goes to Jaden Chittister from Shoto. We are now showing Class 3 commercial, 2 entries.
Well, I think a black baldy heifer that sorts up to me just in terms of her build and her structure, one that lays in a little better up in her front end, long neck, good through her center body. She's one that's just more flexible in her spine, and she gets out and gets on the move, just works so much better off of her feet and legs than the one that we got coming in second. And I do like this one's body shape, and I like her out of her hip a notch better in terms of squareness of the one that goes out ahead of her. She just needs to be better. When we get her out here on the move, she's a little too straight up front. When she gets out and gets on the move, wants to get up in her top line and kind of tangle up from behind. Nice pair, a nice black baldy to lead off. Congratulations.
Class 3 commercial, first place goes to Chance Downs from Salina. Second place goes to Kurt Cruz from Adair. We are now showing Class 4 commercial, 1 entry. We need all commercial heifers in the holding area for preliminary sale lineup.
This young fella here has brought us in some really nice heifers out here today, and this one's no exception. This is a good-looking one. She's striking as you look at her from the side. Where she's black, she's black. Where she's white, she's white. She's had a good home. You've done a nice job of taking care of her. She's not got a really good hair coat on her in terms of just fuzz. You get out here, kind of what you see is what you get, and I like what I see. She's long-bodied, good in her center body, got a good set of feet and legs on her for one that's built with that kind of width and power. Congratulations to you. Nice class winner.
Class 4 commercial, first place goes to Gage Long from Adair. We're now showing for breed champion commercial. We need all commercial heifers in the holding area for sale lineup.
Well, a really good division here, another really competitive one here, and we started it out good. Heifer here that we talked about, just a lot of balance, a lot of good in this one here. The pieces fit good. A lot of future in this one here. Change her just a little bit in her top line, hook her up there just a little bit as she comes out of her shoulder, but that's a really nice one I like a lot of things about. Big, stout, soft-centered one here that puts together a lot of body and rib cage, good, and just in terms of her hip. She's one we'd like to change just a little bit, modify her up front, clean her up there, and just open her and just bolt her up just ever so slightly right behind her shoulder. But a really good one there that's soft-centered, puts together a lot of positive. Good-looking black baldy, get out here, and she's really long-bodied. She's really up front, really long-necked. Change her just a little bit in terms of her underline, square her up out of her hip. And then we come to a black baldy heifer here that is just really nice. This is a really high-quality, good-built, good-balanced one. She was a single entry in that particular class, so I'll pick a champion in reserve just right here and real quick because I think them two just sort themselves out here to me just in terms of a quality, a build standpoint, and just the things they put together. Your champion's going to be your young man that brings out out of our last class. Your reserve champion's going to be that little fella up there that brings out a class number 1. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Breed champion commercial goes to Gage Long from Adair. Reserve breed champion goes to Dason Delosier from Adair. We need all commercial heifers in the holding area for preliminary sale lineup. All commercial heifers in the holding area for preliminary sale lineup.
heifer that'll be third in this particular division. I thought she really pushed our champion in reserve quite well, just in terms of the good pieces that she has, in terms of her soft look, her good middle, good top line. Just comes to us in just a little plainer package as we study her up front, and that's what got you in trouble against the two that went out ahead of you. But this young lady that comes out of our middle division, she'll be our third overall. Congratulations. Good class, or good pair that come out of that middle division there, and when this one comes in, she definitely comes in the mix here. Another one, like we've talked about, just good in terms of her build, good in terms of the softness of her center body, just a nice looking one there. You do a nice job getting her presented. In my opinion, she's the fourth best one that we had out here in this division. Congratulations.
We are now ready for our grand drive. We need all breed champion heifers to the holding area. All breed champion heifers to the holding area. Following our grand drive, we will do our actual sale lineup. We will go picking until we run out of kids. So we need every single heifer up here for sale lineup. Every heifer needs to be in the holding area.
Well, what a nice lineup to get all of our breed champions back out here and get them kind of stacked up against one another, and definitely didn't get disappointed here. I tell you what, when we get these back out here, it looked like we would have had a lot of cattle in some of these breeds, and some of them just had a handful, but that very top end of those are very, very good. So before we pick our champions here, I just want to tell everybody thank you for having me back. Thanks for having Spence yesterday. I really like coming down here. You guys have a really good staff that puts this show on. You got a super facility. Just a lot of good things come with coming down here to Pryor, Oklahoma. The kids are great. The cattle are really good, and it's just nice to get out and just get to where there's some sort of normalcy from all the craziness that we all live with here the last few months. So anyways, really enjoyed myself, and like I said, I've never been any place where the staff was any nicer, done a nicer job of getting things put together. You guys got a really neat community here. You guys, we was just talking about this and your facility that you have. You guys poured a ton of your money into it, and for the future of your kids, and that's something to be said. So if you would, we're not going to talk these again. I've already made up my mind. I thought there was one out here that she won, and she done so fairly easily. I like her a great deal. And then I thought the one that fit in there second just did so quite nicely as well. So I thought you guys had a heck of a show. Thanks for having me down here. You guys have a really neat group of kids. The families behind them, hats off to you guys. You had them looking great. It's a neat project to come out here and do as a family, and just glad that we was all able to do it, and the staff and everybody put this on. So let's give everybody a nice round of applause. Let's go pick some champions. Well, I thought that heifer that just won was a really, really good one, and I'll be curious to see how that one gets along as she heads down the road in that particular breed. That one puts together a lot of good things. I thought there was another one out here just for what she brings to the table, just in terms of a build, a high-quality look, puts it together with enough just boldness and power and shape and an awesome look. Young fella, you've showed some really nice ones out here tonight. She'll be our reserve champion. Congratulations. Nice job.
Congratulations to our grand heifer, Clancy Cunningham, and our reserve heifer, Gage Long. We need Blake Long's Class 2 Angus to the ring, and Dason Delogier's Commercial. We need Mackenzie Reynolds, Red Angus. We need Connor Pels, Composite Charlet. We need Harley Chances Pold Hereford. We need Blake Long's Percentage Simmental. We need Blaine Silka's Percentage Simmental. We need Dax Delosiers Angus. We need Kurt Cruz's Composite Charlet. We need Alexandra Delosier's Commercial. We need Chase Woods Class 1 Red Angus. We need Jaden Chittister's commercial.
Is that 14?
We need Katsy Atkins Pold Hereford. We need Sadie Ramsey's maintainer. We need Cassidy Lampson's maintainer.
Reminder, beef exhibitors, please get your photos tonight. She won't be taking any more beef photos through the fair. You need to go ahead and get your photos taken tonight. Even if you were an alternate, go ahead and get your photo taken, please.